This is Jacob Pascus of Stratosphere, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Hello and welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio, Awakening Humanity. Thanks for waking up and shining on today. Your light is much appreciated in this world, believe me. On today's episode, we will be playing some brand new music, Fairy Tales and Archetypes with Sean Kramer, who, by the way, is doing a brand new live episode at 12:30 p.m. Friday, December 16th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He does live shows every third Friday at the same time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. After Fairy Tales and Archetypes, we'll be playing some chill music without lyrics, followed by a variety of awakening music, followed by a talk by Dr. Dyer on There's a Spiritual Solution to Every Problem. We'll end the show with some meditation music so you can absorb what Dr. Dyer talked about. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We do have a Patreon if you'd like to help financially. You can receive credits in some of our content and other great stuff. You can share us on your favorite social media, which is a great and free way to help out with the awakening. Coming up now is one of Papadozio's new songs off of their EP Pattern Integrities called Mr. Turtle's Cloud Kingdom.
glad to say hello. You got it. You got it.
inside your head. It's quite a magic feeling. I know you think you're dreaming. You just can't get enough. The power of love. When you said that down. Hum a tune on my way home as honeybees supply the drone. The sun is poised on zenith high, not a cloud within the sky. Every step is soft and slow, as if I do not walk but flow, an upward rising in my spine, not a cloud within my mind.
Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Sean Kramer, and this is Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Today's topic, fairy tales and archetypes. And I do not wish this session to be just a talk or lecture, giving you information about some theory of archetypes. Rather, I intend to offer this as a meditation, an insight meditation, an ordered series of examples and images which can provide a path for our minds to follow in order to gain insight into the archetypes, into our own nature and the nature of fairy tales. So let us begin with a visualization meditation to relax ourselves, to sink our consciousness into the deeper levels of ourselves and the world. If it's suitable for you, you may close your eyes. Bring your awareness to your body and your breath. As you breathe in, imagine light, energy coming in through your breath, filling your body. In through your nose, mouth, down your throat, filling your arms, your torso, your legs, all the way to your feet. With each out breath, feel the out breath taking away any tension, blocks, and as you breathe out, you relax. Feel yourself maybe sinking, falling down into a deeper, relaxed state. Imagine you are walking. You walk into a forest. You're walking on a path through the forest, through the trees around you. And as you walk, you start to float. You no longer need to walk or move your legs. You are just floating over the path through the forest. And going off from the path, as you move through, you see other paths veering off in different directions. And they all look similar, the same kind of path, the same pillars of trees. And as you feel inclined, as you're floating down the path through the forest, you can take any of the other paths. You float, move gently, peacefully through these paths whenever your feeling or intuition inclines you, you switch off to another path. They're all similar. Now as you're moving along the path you're on, it starts to go downward. As you follow it downward, as it goes down, it starts to become darker. And you can detect the path and the trees, but more and more dimly, until you can't see the path anymore and you're just floating, falling gently in darkness. The darkness, peaceful darkness of your own inner world. And then you fall gently back into your body, wherever you are at this time. And take a couple deep breaths. And let us begin our journey into the world of archetypes. And this meditation will have two main parts. The first part focused on archetypes, considering some examples that can lead us into more insight into what the archetypes are. And then, in that light, we will look at some of the fairy tales that we've already considered in this that we've covered previously. But we will see what new light and understanding the archetypes can shed on them. So let us begin to meditate on archetypes. And the word archetype has a number of meanings. It's used in a number of different ways. Sometimes it's applied in literature to refer to common character types, such as a hero, heroine, or helper, or even kind of common plot patterns. But here we're going to consider another meaning of the word archetype, a more biological sense, an evolutionary sense. A meaning of the word archetype which is found not only among humans who write literature and stories, but also in animals who do not have literature that we know of. So these archetypes are very deeply rooted in our past evolutionary nature, even going down into matter. And archetypes are such interior, really fundamental and pervasive principles of the way we experience life and the world that it can be hard at first to see them in ourselves. They're so fundamental, they're like behind us, and so, in a sense, so present that it's hard to see. So it can be easier at first maybe to identify them and their activity in other animals besides humans as a way to becoming more aware of them in ourselves. So the first example for us to meditate on is that of birds and shadows. For many birds, a moving shadow, such as the shadow of a hawk or predator, will evoke a fright response. And people have done experiments, even cutting out cardboard and moving it above to cast shadows and seeing which kind of shape evoked this response in the birds. And in the 1930s, some finches were found in South America that had not been around predator birds for hundreds of thousands of years because of their location separation. Way back in the past, they did have predator birds that they had to deal with, but for hundreds of thousands of years, these finches had no predator birds flying above and trying to catch them. And some of these finches were brought to a place where there were birds, hawks. And the first time they saw the shadow of a hawk, they started shrieking. They had never seen a hawk, seen this kind of shadow, nor had their parents, their grandparents, going back for hundreds of thousands of years. The first time they saw it, they started to shriek. There was a memory, genetic coding that had been passed down, had been unconscious to them for all these thousands of years, but was still present in them and ready to be awakened. So when these finches had that emotional response, that shrieking, fright response, they were in their emotions connected with, and in some ways responding to, not just the immediate perception of a shadow. They were connecting with the experience of their ancestor finches from hundreds of thousands of years ago. So inborn in those finches was some kind of pattern or pattern recognition system by which a certain range of shadow shapes would be experienced as something terrifying, harmful, possibly destructive of their very existence. Such inborn patterns with this power to awaken and even possess us with these deepest experience of terror or of longing and desire, these are the archetypes, or some examples of kinds of archetypes. Archetypes, and like fairy tales, are tied into our fears as well as our longings and hopes. So they are a combination of kind of a potential pattern with very deep, intense emotional responses and behaviors all connected together that are inborn and passed down through the members of a whole species. And they're connected with experiences of things that are harmful or beneficial, things to be sought or avoided, our desires and our fears. Just like fairy tales are about our deepest fears and desires. For the finches then, the hawk shadow archetype is in the category of something harmful, threatening to be avoided. An inborn response to something that could be hurtful, in which we have a strong feeling and reaction even prior to our own experience in this world. And these things which we're calling archetypes are very bodily, physically rooted. it's an intense kind of whole body experience that those finches were having. But there are also archetypes not only of threatening things to be avoided, like a shadow, a frightening shadow of a hawk. There are also archetypes of desire for what is beneficial, nourishing, fulfilling for us. So let's look at another example of an archetype of desire and longing for what is fulfilling to us, and that is the mother archetype. In around the year 1935, the naturalist Konrad Lorenz was working with geese, and he observed how even in the egg, the baby goslings were searching for a mother, longing for a mother. They would respond back through the shell and the egg to the sounds and cheeping of the geese. And he found that if he himself was the first living and moving being that these little goslings met after hatching, they would attach themselves to him as to their mother. This meant that they would follow after him, just like you see birds or turkeys with their little babies just running after them and not wanting to be far away. So they would follow after him, Konrad Lorenz, all the time. They would look to him for their nourishment and feeding. They would feel safe when they were near him and become very distressed and frightened if they were separated or too far away from him. So in his early experiments with this, when the little baby goslings took him as their mother, he would squat down and walk around, squatted down, and he had to continually make sounds, goose-like sounds. Otherwise, the little goslings would become distressed if he stopped making the sounds. So he learned he had to constantly be making these sounds, and if he stood up, they would become distressed. They thought that their mother had left them. So there's a story that he tells when he was first doing this. He was in his yard, and he had all these baby goslings who were attached to him as their mother, so he would spend lots of time out in his yard, squatted down, walking awkwardly through the yard, making goose sounds. And the grass was so tall that you couldn't see the little geese. And his neighbors, where he lived, were one time found to be all peeping over the fence, watching him, thinking he was gone completely insane, seeing this man squatted down acting like a goose in his yard. Now later, him and his students would use boots, like rain boots with different patterns on them for the little goslings to see when they were born, so then they could wear these boots and the little goslings would follow around the boots. Some boots had stripes, some had polka dots, some had zigzags, and if the goslings were attached, and he called this imprinted, they were imprinted to the polka dot boots when they first came out of the shell, they would ever after follow around polka dot boots as their mother and stay as close as they could to it and follow wherever the person went who was wearing that kind of boots. Someone else with striped boots would not attract those goslings unless they had been imprinted with striped boots. In that particular an inborn pattern. We could say a kind of a mother pattern that they were looking for in the outer world, in an outer object onto which they could project and attach this pattern or archetype along with all the emotions and behaviors that went along with it. And this inner mother pattern or archetype was generalized. It wasn't one particular thing, but it became, or a specific image, but a general pattern that became specified by the imprinting. Whatever they experienced and whatever they found to attach this general archetype onto specified their experience of mother. And Carl Jung took the Latin word which meant a braid, to make a braid, like a braid of hair. And he said, around the archetypes, through our experiences and imprinting, things got gathered like into a braid, as if our experience of life was flowing hair that gathered into these different braids in our soul and our psyche. And the Latin word for this braiding was complexus, and so he used the word a complex, but it means a braid. Things that get gathered around the archetype through our experience. So these goslings that imprinted onto boots with stripes would be said to have their mother archetype would become a mother complex, a braid that was associated with stripes. And ever after in their life, maybe they're flying on their yearly journeys, their migrations, and they see maybe a landscape and there's fields, farms that have been planted in striped patterns. That goose will experience intense emotion. All its feelings for its mother will be reawakened through those stripes. We could say that psychologically they'd say that was his mother complex. That's sometimes used negatively. To say someone has a mother complex sounds like something's wrong with them, but everyone has a braiding or a complex around their mother archetype depending on what their experiences and imprintings were. So there's those two levels, the archetypal inborn level that we're born with as a species, and then our experiences that gather around and specify it, called a braid or a complex. Now, with these birds, when they attach to something as their mother, there became a strong set of emotions and behaviors around whatever that object they imprinted to as their mother. There was a space around it, a kind of a circular radius in which they would feel safe and they could eat and play. And they would want to stay within that radius around the mother object. But outside that space, if they went beyond that sphere, that circular radius, they became very distressed and frightened. Would run back into it if they could find it, or feel very distressed, frightened, and over time very distressed and depressed if they remained outside that sphere around the mother. So the world inside the sphere around the mother was experienced as safe and nourishing and life-giving. But the world beyond that sphere was immediately experienced as threatening, stressful, disorienting, lost, a place of possible death. And this seems to be the first experience of animals, birds, mammals, and ourselves of the world. and its space. The division of the safe space around the mother and the threatening lost space outside that circle. And the first imprint of the mother archetype for an animal determines one's basic orientation or feeling about the world, whether it is a safe world or a threatening world. And one will carry that, can carry that through the rest of their life. So I think you can already see, if you remember our meditation on Hansel and Gretel, many ways in which the fairy tale Hansel and Gretel is a tale about the mother archetype and its various ways of being imprinted. Imagine if these geese would tell stories, and they wanted to tell very deep stories that would reach back to their earliest experiences, their semi-conscious memories of their development inside the egg and during those first hours of being imprinted, and the days afterward living in relation to whatever they imprinted as their mother. Those stories would be very much like Hansel and Gretel, except instead of human children and parents, it would be little geese and goslings. They would tell a story about feeling at home and safe when they were near the mother and within that sphere of nearness, about feeling lost, threatened, vulnerable when at a distance, and about trying hard and having one aim of getting back home to the mother when they were away. Just like those little birds that follow and become distressed when their mother's too far away. And they would be, when they were away from the mother or had lost their mother, they would be imagining, dreaming images of the mother archetype. When in the outer world, they could not find something that offered to be a carrier of that archetype. And so in Hansel and Gretel, we see that these little children who are left in the forest and their parents leave them and go back home, the children are outside that sphere of their parents, and all they want to do is get back. They try to get back. They do successfully one time. The next time they don't, the birds eat the breadcrumbs and they can't find their way back. There might be more significance there about the birds also then in this light of birds as creatures who we see making nests and caring for their eggs and hatching their babies. So the little children of Hansel and Gretel, being lost, separated, away from the mother, they, in the forest of their mind, their imagination, and their dreams, the archetype arises and becomes an object of great longing, and they look for the fulfillment of that. They imagine the cake house, the gingerbread house, the place of safety and nourishment and home. And this happens to people who do not find a good object onto which to project and place their mother archetype and all those longings. A man I knew, when I first met him, he was a large, strong man, looked very tough. He looked like the typical Hell's Angel or a bouncer. But as I got to know him, he had inside of him a very frightened little child. And he told me his story that his mother, who gave him birth, was incapable of being a mother, incapable of carrying his mother archetype. She was a drug addict, irresponsible, so he spent a lot of time just left in his crib as a baby, crying for his mother neglecting him, leaving him in the crib, not changing him, not feeding him. So when he was a young boy, about 10 or 11 years old, an older boy took him out and gave him some whiskey for the first time, opened up a whiskey bottle and let him drink from the whiskey bottle. And he said that when he drank it, he felt this warmth going through his body, this great feeling of safety and of mother, of being surrounded and held by his mother. All that he had been longing for, that was rooted in his mother archetype and had not found a response in the world, became projected onto the alcohol, the whiskey. He felt like he had found his mother. And, of course, he became addicted to alcohol for a long time. The Canadian doctor Gabor Mate, who worked a lot with addicts, has some very interesting insights about this and how addictions are not primarily the cause of certain substances, that we say this is an addictive substance, but they're about the relation of the substance to the individual and their experiences and their biochemistry. And many of them have to do with their experiences of the mother archetype and their imprinting or bad imprinting. So he says that even in the womb, the baby is trying to sense and discover and determine what kind of world it has been incarnated into, whether it's a safe or threatening world. And this is the basic content of the mother archetype, about the world is either safe or threatening. And if the mother is very stressed, such as a single mother who isn't supported, she's going to be very likely quite stressed a lot of the time. The baby is, through the mother's body, determining what kind of world this is, if it's safe or threatening. And if the mother's very stressed, the baby's whole neurobiology and neurochemistry are forming itself for a dangerous, threatening world. And it becomes more habituated to and flooded with stress hormones like cortisol. And that becomes the way its brain and neurochemistry is formed, even in the womb. And then the person feels, as they go through life, apart from the actual circumstances they're in, they feel like they're in a stressful, threatening environment. So they feel stressed, anxious, depressed. And when such a person comes upon and tries a certain drug, maybe alcohol, maybe an opiate, they don't just get high or feel good like another person might. They actually feel normal, like they may never have felt in their entire existence from the womb. They suddenly feel safe, relaxed, less anxious, able to be interested in the world, curious, relate to the world, which they never did before. So they don't just become addicted to, I'd say, getting high, but to being normal, to feeling safe, as they normally do not feel. So the archetypes, like the mother archetype, which the story Hansel and Gretel is a very deep and accurate portrayal of, the archetypes look to the outer world to find something or some person onto which they can be projected, which can become clothed in the archetype, and to which the animal or we ourselves will attach the archetype and its braid or complex, the things around it, as well as we will attach our needs and longings, the emotions and behavior patterns that are all involved in that archetype. There's an interesting example of some gulls, some bird gulls, whose mother has a red dot on her beak. And when the mother comes to the nest of the baby gulls, they have an inborn response to peck on the red dot. So if a person makes something and puts a red dot on it and puts it near the nest, the little baby birds will automatically peck on it. And when the mother has that red dot pecked upon, her response, inborn response, is to regurgitate her food and to feed the little babies in the nest. So imagine the art, if those gulls grew up and would develop images that move them, they would likely have a lot of art with big red dots. And artists who made paintings with big red dots would attract viewers to galleries and museums. You would see these gulls standing around enjoying looking at paintings with big red dots, because it would evoke these deep archetypal feelings that were not only of their experience, but were awakening the kind of material genetic memory going back of their whole species. Now let's look at another fairy tale that we've seen before and consider some other aspects of archetypes that it can show us. So let's look at the Frog Prince, which we looked at last time. And the Frog Prince, as you might remember, had three parts. The first scene is the little girl in the forest with her golden ball, which falls down into a well, and out comes a prince in the form of a frog. Then the story goes back home where she's with her father, and she is disgusted with the frog, which is following her, wanting to eat at her table and sleep in her bed. And the last scene in her bedroom, where the frog turns into the attractive prince. She's no longer repulsed, but happy, in love with him. And this tale is about archetypes, but not just the archetypes, but the aspect of the archetypes in their progression. the archetypes are not static things. They are part of the life process and motivating our life process on our development. So the mother archetype, which Hansel and Gretel is about, is one of the first, maybe the first powerful archetype, and on which we depend as baby animals for our very survival, that attachment and experience of the mother or the parent. But as we grow, that changes, and our growth is involved and actually motivated by a change and progression of archetypes arising and returning, diminishing, other archetypes arising. And that's what this story, The Frog Prince, symbolizes so very well. So in the beginning, the little girl goes into the forest. And the forest is very interesting because it's a place where we go from animal life to the plant life, the trees in the forest, and then they are rooted in matter, the inorganic matter of the earth, the rocks, and the soil. So the girl going into the forest is an image of us going down into that level of our unconscious where life meets the material, the matter, and how the structures of matter, the chemistry, the coding in matter is a foundation for our life and the archetypes. There was in 1997 a biologist took some neural cells from quail embryos and inserted them into chicken embryos. And the chickens were born and they exhibited specific behaviors which were species specific to quails. The chickens sang quail songs and showed certain bobbing head movements that were specific to quails, not to chickens. So those songs and movements were transmitted to the chickens through these neural cells out of the quail embryos, showing the mysterious material foundation and basis or kind of carrier of the archetypes in matter. So the girl goes into the forest where life meets matter. The trees are rooted in the earth. And there she has a golden ball that falls down into the well and perhaps originally came out of the well. When the ball goes down into the well, it sinks down beyond what you can see, and then up out comes a prince, but he's in the form of a frog, but it's the prince. It's her mate, her sexual mating partner, or the image of a mate. It comes out of this realm of the archetypal material memory of the species. So it's a symbol of that changing period of a girl from living in the childhood world of her childhood archetypes, and then changes start happening in her, arising from her material physical level that start to bring forth a new archetype, an archetype symbolized by a prince, an archetype of a sexual partner and mate. So the archetypes through our life change. And the fairy tales are symbolizing often this progression of archetypes that arise, have a period of strong energy and effect for a period of our life, and then maybe sink back into the unconscious, like the ball going back down into the well. And then new archetypes will arise. And when an archetype arises in us, it restructures and rechannels our desires and longings. Just like the girl, her desires and longings were centered on the toy and the ball. But now a new archetype is arising in her soul, and it's restructuring her desires so that there's something new that she's going to desire that is channeling her desires toward further step in her maturation of her as an individual of her particular species. So when an archetype arises, as they continually do through our life, we then search our environment for possible carriers onto which we can project that archetype. So a little child, if they're in a normal growing environment, they spend a period where they're not looking for a mate, they're not aware of sexual mating cues and behaviors. Those just are not part of how they experience the world and the things they notice. But then when the archetype of the mate arises, of the sexual partner, then the person experiences the world very differently. And they start to notice and see things that were not part of their perceptual system before. This is something common with a lot of animals, but some experiments were done with jackdaws, and they notice things that move and move in certain ways, and those are objects of prey, they're food for them. But then the things that don't move and don't move in that way become part of a general, almost like a gray realm of their experience, and the only things that stand out are these things that move. And that's a reason why insects will freeze. Sometimes we say they're playing dead, but they become invisible to the bird predator because its perceptual system is as if there's this general bland background and then things that are moving. But the archetype does that. It changes so that new things become noticed to us and other things become less noticed. So as the archetype of the sexual partner arises, then we notice sexual cues and behaviors that we did not notice before because of that archetype in us, and we look for someone to become the carrier of that archetype for us. So good literature and art are ways for us to develop healthy braids or complexes around the archetypes. The archetypes have an intentionality and a progression through our life. They have a purpose, they're moving us. But the things that get attached to or imprinted on the archetype affect our development for better or worse. So a good literature and art will attach things, will specify, take our archetypes and attach images and stories and experiences to them in a way that help us to grow and develop. So a little child hearing the story of the Frog Prince is being given which can be attached to their awakening archetype in a way that will help them reach the intentionality of the archetype. But bad art or literature will do the opposite, will hinder the individual from finding the fulfillment, intended developmental fulfillment of that archetype. The golden sphere that the girl has could also be a symbol of the whole kind of bundled glow of all the archetypes and their potential that is in the child. And that's a suggestion that in childhood, the archetypes in their promise and potentiality are present and experienced by the child and projected all around the world onto things, the archetypes of longing and threat, so that the world has this intensity and glow of it. But then that bundle of kind of the full archetypes in their fresh potential sinks back down into the unconscious, and then specific archetypes arise out of that in a progressive order that is trying to lead us in our mature development to realize them all. So the symbol of the archetypes in their fresh potential is often a sphere, but then at the end of life, their actualization will be symbolized by a finely cut gemstone or crystal that's faceted, that has been crystallized and faceted and complexified through our experience, but beautifully perfected. The prince as the frog is symbolic of that in-between phase when the archetype of the sexual partner starts to arise in the child or young person, but other parts of them, their emotional system, their psychology, are not ready for that. So there's an attraction and repulsion phase until they mature, and then the archetype of the mate, the sexual partner, can be placed onto someone in a way that is fulfilling and happy, as happens at the end of the tale. So the archetypes then are not just static images, and they're not even specific images, they're kind of pattern potentials that get fixed on certain images through our experience and through our imprinting. And as we go through life, we go through phases where the old archetypes sink back into the unconscious or semi-conscious, and new archetypes arise which then reorganize and structure our desires. And we are in a phase of an imprint vulnerability to which things can get attached to that archetype. As adolescence is an example of that things that we meet when some of these new strong archetypes are arising get attached to them and stay for the rest of our life. So the fashions, the clothing fashions that a young person meets in their adolescence that at the time are fashionable and associated with desirable partners become and remain attractive to them often for the whole rest of their life, and later fashions cannot have that effect on them because they've passed that period of the fresh archetype with infant vulnerability, and they don't understand the later fashions. So let me conclude this meditation on fairy tales and archetypes, which the topics will continue in our further meditations. We'll go more deep into them, but I wanted to lay some foundations, some basic insights. But let me finish by making a connection between fairy tales and dreams through the archetypes. People recognize that fairy tales and dreams have a lot of similarities. Fairy tales seem like dreams, and dreams can seem like fairy tales. And one reason is that at night, one thing that is happening is we are going back into the forest, into those deeper levels of ourselves, where the archetypes are, in the deep levels of our soul and our body, our genetic coding. And our dreams are a natural process of trying to connect, integrate, and relate our own personal experience of life as an individual with that whole material genetic memory of the species that is housed deep in our body and our psyche. And dreams are that process, an expression of that process. So a very strong emotional dream, if it's very intense, that's a sign that an archetype has been touched in that dream. And the fairy tales are similar to that. They are also stories that reach down to that level and are helping us connect our individual story, our individual life process, development, and journey with this very deep journey of our whole species and the experiences and memories that have been passed on to us in the archetypes. So is Selamon, are you there? Do we have any comments or questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. It's a very, very great episode. Very interesting stuff here. And while I was listening to you talk, it seems like that archetypes play a really big role in our lives. And I was just wondering, do you think that the archetypes kind of help us as humans make sense of the world that we're living in?
Oh yes, they do. They have, just by themselves they do, and our own reflection and understanding really helps us make sense of that, of how we experience the world, of what is happening. And it's very, I think, especially helpful and insightful if we see the progression of the archetypes through the developmental stages of life, and then notice that in ourselves. I've been helped a lot. There's special things that happen with the archetypes at around midlife, like late 30s, early 40s, that Carl Jung noticed and really wrote a lot about. But just like during adolescence, which I talked about, or the early childhood, and it's very helpful to know about that for ourselves, to be aware of what is happening and to cooperate with it, so we can move forward with their intentionality, their development, and cooperate with it is very helpful for our own personal growth.
I like that you also said how in the Frog Prince the partner came into her life, but it was Frog because she wasn't quite ready for that archetype to be fulfilled, and then when she was ready, the Frog turned into a prince, and that was fulfilled. So I thought it was a really cool episode. Yeah,
and I think to me it's very enlightening, and it really opens up some of the depth of the fairy tales that the tellers had very deep insight into, not maybe using our same language, but they saw into these things and put them into symbols for us.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Shall we finish with a meditation?
That's fine with me.
Okay. So let us use our breath to carry us into our inner being, our inner psyche, our connection with our bodies. And move your awareness to your center, your solar plexus, your third chakra around your belly. And imagine, feel the energy there, like a sun, burning, glowing, radiating. And imagine and feel that energy going down through your legs into the earth, into the material matrix of the universe, and connecting with that, all the depths, mystery, and power that we are part of, the whole history of the universe, ourselves, our species, and draw from that energy into your body. And then imagine the energy from your center going up through the top of your head, up through the sky, out into space, and connecting with the spiritual beings who are guiding us through these archetypes toward the evolutionary fulfillment of ourselves, the species, and the universe, and draw that down into yourself. And we thank you, all the heavenly powers. We ask you to enlighten us on our journey, to help us understand our nature, our purpose, and to follow the steps of our life in the way that will most help our own evolution and the evolution of all humans and all the world.
Hello, this is Abigail speaking. I'm so happy to be hosted in this Bring Me to Life radio show and to share with you the music I made to heal the heart chakra. Before making this music, I was praying and meditating and asking the angels, my guidance, to heal the heart chakra and to make sure that everyone that will hear this music will benefit from it. So I welcome you all just to close your eyes and take a big breath and imagine that the sounds is going to your heart, opening and cleansing. And I want to thank you so much for being open to this healing, and I will be very happy to hear from you. I'm sending you so many blessings and so much love. Bye-bye. See you.
Oh
This is Mateo Monk, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
That burning dream of my youth, that I would cling to love and truth. No, I never did let go. Under the ashes, the coals still glow. The higher that we climb, we must leave this world behind. But even for one so bold, high lonesome winds blow cold. There comes a day, there comes an hour, when our seed becomes a flower, when your petals come all unfurled, when you open your heart to the world. A raindrop falls into the sea, and it dissolves its identity, only to wake up as the ocean. Wake up, you are the ocean. Comes a day, there comes an hour, when our seed becomes a flower, when your petals come all unfurled, when you open your heart to the world, when you open your heart to the world, you open your heart to the world. When you open your heart to the world, the world. When you open your heart to the world, open your heart to the world. shifting my attention beyond the simulation. I'm setting my intention at the highest vibration. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. To find order, balance restored again. To find mother, the goddess will rise again. I feel your heart connection. Transition to the age of the feminine. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart.
I was in the dark, and yet there was this kind of curl of this tunnel, and it was always just around the edge was this where the light was. Closed my eyes. Light, 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 White, 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 white. We can love each other. We can help each other.
am the voice of a million soldiers laying down their guns, swords and bullets. We are leaving the timelines of war. The warrior becomes a guardian. No shame of defeat, no rage in righteousness, just heart planting gardens. Take me through my shadows, show me my fellow man, help me find the sanctuary every place I am. I am, I am, I am, I am. I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way. Know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way.
I am the voice of a million women who have been raped and pillaged, who have been sacrificed, who are claiming their queendom of heaven on earth, sanctuary of the womb, the great birthing ground. No longer victims of circumstance, no longer the target of unresolved pain. I want to heal the distance between our hearts and minds, between our beliefs and our doubts, generations of separation. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am.
I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way. Know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way, I know we'll find a better way. I am, I am.
Who lived right here in Concord, said that the ancestor to every action is a thought. The energy that you have for creating what you want is in your thoughts.
Dr. Wayne Dyer is a best-selling author, lecturer, and modern philosopher. He holds a doctorate in counseling psychology and is America's leading teacher of transformational wisdom.
Thank you very much. There's a spiritual solution to every problem. It makes a very large claim, the title of this program. Where we are right now is perhaps the most fitting place we could be to talk about this subject. We're in Concord, Massachusetts, at the First Parish. If you look right up here to my right, there's a balcony, and Ralph Waldo Emerson and his family would come and sit there when they were children on Sundays. His grandfather, William Emerson, was the minister here when the shot that was heard around the world was fired, that started the American Revolution, followed by the French Revolution, and all of the changes that took place in the history of humanity. Much of it started right here at this First Parish, on this site where we are now seated. And this program is really about transcendent ideas. The idea that within each and every one of us, there is something much more that most of us haven't even begun to tap, that allows us to create for ourselves a solution to things that we have called problems in our lives. Transcendentalism was born here. And transcendentalism isn't an ism that you join. You don't pay any dues. You have to remember that back in the 1830s and 40s and 50s, there were things going on in this country and in this world that today we find intolerable. Slavery was an accepted practice at that time. But right here in Massachusetts, in Concord, people like Emerson and Bronson Alcott, who was the father of Louisa May Alcott, and Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry David Thoreau, people who would come to the school of philosophy and talk about ideas about how to abolish such things as slavery. All of those ideas and more. The idea that somehow this notion that we are wicked, or that we are born in sin, or that there's something wrong with us as people, all of this was being discussed here in this place, in this beautiful place where new transcendent ideas took place. I was introduced to these kinds of ideas when I was a young boy. I was a sophomore in Detroit on the east side at Denby High School. And I had a biology teacher. And my biology teacher was a very well-meaning, a very nice man. And he asked me if I would, and as he did everybody else in the class, if we would like to pass biology, that we would like to turn in something called a leaf collection. Now, I had already passed leaves. I had identified all the leaves that there were to identify and gotten a good grade on them. But he said, no, you have to do something more. You have to collect a whole bunch of them and turn them in for an assignment and prove that you have seen them. And I told him, in probably not the most diplomatic of ways, I won't be doing that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. At that time, there were some tough things going on in my own family, and I was working, and my mom was going through a hard time, and there was a divorce situation taking place, and it just seemed like a waste of time to me. And I've always kind of been one of those people who, and I'm not saying that I encourage this, I'm just saying that I recognize it as a trait that I've lived with my entire life. That doing things that just didn't make sense were something that I always at least questioned. And more than questioned, I took the consequences. I think probably the most famous line out of William Shakespeare is a line that is most quoted because it is that which tells us an enormous truth. To be or not to be. That is the question. And it's a very powerful and important question to ask yourself. Am I going to be? Am I not going to be? But the lines that followed it were even more significant. Whether 'tis nobler in the minds of men to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and thus by opposing end them. And so you have to always ask yourself that question. I think I was doing that. I didn't quote Shakespeare in those days. But I knew that doing things that didn't seem right or didn't make sense or were just being done because everybody else did them didn't fit in. And when I told my biology teacher that I wouldn't be doing that, he sent me to the principal's office. And I sat in the principal's office on this bench that had been worn smooth by generations of people just like myself, waiting to see the principal. And I waited a Monday and then a Tuesday and a Wednesday, and finally on Thursday morning I was escorted into the principal's office. And he informed me that everybody had to do the leaf collection and I was no better than anybody else. And if I didn't do it, I would be taking biology over again in the summer. But in those 3 days that I waited for the principal to make his decision about what my consequences were going to be, they left books for us to read, hoping somehow that perhaps even if we didn't read it just by osmosis, just by sitting next to it, perhaps some of this wisdom would come to us. And one of the books that they left there for us to read was written by a man who who came into this church and who lived right here in this town. His name was Henry David Thoreau. And it was called Walden Pond. And I read through Walden, and it was all about nature, and it was all about sort of having a great reverence for all that is natural. But at the back of that particular edition, there was an essay that he had written. And the essay was called On the Necessity of Civil Disobedience. And I'd like to recommend to any of you who are running schools, if you have children that you are trying to get to conform and to fit in and to be just like everybody else, don't have them read Thoreau. And don't tell them to read Emerson's essay on self-reliance, which also happened to be at the back of this particular edition. And in that particular essay, he was talking about the importance of taking a stand against things that you thought were foolish, and about not just fitting in and not just being what everybody else tells you you should be. And by the time Thursday got in there and I went into the principal's office, I felt like I was an American philosopher. I felt like I was someone that should be in there being recognized and have books written about, rather than someone being told to write a leaf collection. And I had a girlfriend at that time. Her name was Mary Jo, and Mary Jo was one of those people that we called curve breaker, you know. She didn't just do a leaf collection. She would have it indexed, you know. And she would have it color-coded, and she would send to Australia for eucalyptus leaves. I mean, she offered to even do it for me, and I said, no, it's a matter of principle. I said, it just doesn't make sense to make people do things just for the reason of fitting in and being just like everybody else. And that was my introduction to transcendentalism. And Thoreau became someone that I had great admiration for. And Emerson, who was considered to be America's teacher, I had incredible respect for. Thoreau had a wonderful definition of success in that essay. He said, if you advance confidently in the direction of your own dreams and endeavor to live the life which you have imagined, you will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. And it's always been my very favorite definition of success. Advancing confidently, making the decisions that make sense to you, being independent of the good opinion of everyone else out there, trusting in here that this is why I'm here, and there's music playing inside of me, and I must let that music come out. And too many of us don't. When I say a spiritual solution to every problem, I'd like everybody in the audience to just do me a favor, if you will. I'd like you to just point to yourself. Everybody, just for 1 second, just point to yourself. And just look around and just notice how people are. And notice that nobody's doing this. Not one person in the room is doing this. Why is that? Because who we are is not here. Who we are is what? Here. And where have you all pointed to? You pointed to your heart. Shakespeare again put it this way. He said, go to thy bosom, knock there, and ask your heart what it doth know. What it doth know. Listening to your heart is what, to me, represents the approach to a spiritual solution to every problem. There's 3 words in that title, in the title of this program: spiritual, solution, and problem. I'd like to just take a brief look at each one of them and what they mean to me. I'd like to take the word problem first. You know, I've been studying something for several years, and the thing that I've been studying is called A Course in Miracles. And A Course in Miracles is a very interesting collection of brilliant writing that I think if the world were living by it, perhaps we would have far, far fewer of the conflicts and struggles and so on that we have amongst ourselves and amongst nations and in our families and so on. And one of the lines that I came across in studying A Course in Miracles hit me very, very strongly. And this line, I couldn't get it out of my head. And here's what it said in there. It said, you do not have any problems. You only think you do. You do not have any problems. You only think you do. Our problems are things that we carry around inside of us. And if we could recognize that these things that we call problems, no matter what they are, and I'm not here standing up here talking to you on television telling you that, the financial concerns that you face every day, the struggles that you face in your relationships, the whether or not you're going to be able to handle the health concerns and challenges that are facing you. All of these things that have come into our lives that we have labeled problems. But I'd like you to just remind yourself of where they are. They're not out there. They're in here. And they all represent something that I call energy. And one of my very favorite people in all the world, because he was not only a great scientist and a great thinker, but he was a great humanitarian as well. He would have really done well here in Concord. His name was Albert Einstein. And Einstein once said, "Nothing happens until something moves." Nothing happens until something moves. Everything is movement. Things look solid to us. This watch on my arm looks solid. But if I were to take a microscope and turn up the magnification and look at this thing under a very, very strong microscope, you would see that it's really a dance. It's alive. It has molecules. Inside those molecules, there are all kinds of tiny little atoms. Inside those atoms are electrons and neutrons and protons and croutons and whatever it is, all of these things that we memorized when we were in physical science classes and so on. And then we have a new thing called quantum physics, and we look inside of these electrons and we find subatomic particles and subatomic particles. And what we've discovered through all of this is that everything is just energy. And you're watching a television set right now. And that television set has something coming into your home called energy. And you are looking at it, so there's visual energy, and you're hearing sound, you're hearing my voice right now, so there's something in the air between your receiver and my speaking here right now, something called sound waves, and they're all just energy. And if we were to understand how that energy comes into us, it comes into us through our senses, through our ears and through our eyes. And if we were to block off our ears and take all of the energy that was coming in the room into our ears, but before it hit our ears, we were to send it off to a scientist and say, "Give me a report, please, on this energy." They would send out the report, and they'd come back, and you'd look at it, and you'd say, "Well, what's in there? What is this?" And they'd say, "Well, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of energy. Some of it's very fast, some of it's very low, some of it's high, some of it's low." I'd say, "But are there any problems in this report?" They'd say, "No, there's no problems in the energy. It just comes in high and it comes in low. It comes in fast and it comes in slow." And that's one of the most important principles that you can learn and master in terms of identifying things that we call problems. That energy only becomes something that we convert into problems when we put it into our head and begin to process it in a certain way. And as we process it in certain ways, we tell ourselves, these things are going to get worse, or this is a terrible experience that I'm going through, or my finances are, or I've just had this terrible bout with a disease, or whatever it might be. And all of it is something that we carry around with us. What I'd like you to do sometime is open up the Torah, or the Old Testament, and look at the opening line of the Old Testament, of the Torah. And the opening line of the Torah, these ancient spiritual texts that we all rely upon and live by. And it says, "In the beginning, God created heaven and earth." Most of us have gotten through at least Genesis 1:1, all right? And we understand that. Now you move ahead 31 lines later, and it says, "And all that God created was good." Now we're presented with an enormous conundrum, a difficulty in our minds. Everything was created by God, and everything that God created was good. Therefore, how do we ever explain bad? How do we explain evil? How do we explain problems? How do we explain so many of these things that are so much a part of our lives, of our consciousness? You have to see that these are all things that came about when we invented something called the ego. And this ego is nothing more than an idea that we carry around. And this idea that we carry around says that who I am is separate from this source, this perfection into which I was created. That I am separate from it. And as a result of being separate from it, I am what I have, I am what I do, I am what everybody else out there thinks of me, I am my reputation, I am separate from everybody else, and I am separate from God. The other line that came to me in A Course in Miracles, where it uses the word problem, said this: if you do have a problem, the only problem you have is your belief that you are separate from your source. The moment that we took on this idea that we were separate from our source and no longer believed in our own integrity of our own mind, the moment that we took on that, we began to develop something called problems, something called illusions. And I'd like to suggest to you that every problem that we have, the way I see it, is nothing more than a mistake or an illusion. And how do we do something about these mistakes that we have? They are in our minds. You know, it says very clearly in most of the spiritual literature, as a man thinketh, so is he. Emerson, one of the people that we revere, who lived right here in Concord, said that the ancestor to every action is a thought. Once you start to understand that what you think about, your thoughts, is what expands and becomes your life, you start getting real careful about what you think about. Real careful. So that when you have a thought that says, gee, I got a sniffle, it's in my nose, but tomorrow it'll probably be down here in my throat. And on Wednesday, it's probably going to be here in my chest. Always seems to happen this way. And on Thursday, I'm going to have a fever. I get one every time. You can just about count on it. I'm going to have to take Friday off. Now, it's Monday morning, and you got a sniffle, but in your mind, in your thoughts, you're taking Friday off with a fever, and lo and behold, your body begins to react to this thought, which is just a mistake of the intellect to begin with. Supposing that you had a belief system that said 2 + 2 is 7. For some reason, you were just hung up on this idea. And you said 2 + 2 is 7, and you took your calculator and you reformulated it in such a way so that it would appear to be 2 + 2 is 7. And then you tried to balance your checkbook, and you tried to make your life work based upon this formulation, that 2 + 2 is 7. You would find that your life would be out of balance financially virtually all of the time. Every time you push that button and push those numbers, nothing would ever work. So the question is, what do I do in order to correct this mistake in my thinking? And that's where the word solution comes in. But we can't bring the solution in until we understand that everything that we have, do you know that every relationship that you're in right now, every single person watching this, every relationship you're in is in your mind. You can't get behind the eyeballs of another human being and be them. All you can do is process them through your thoughts. Now, if your thoughts about the person that you love are about what is wrong, about what you don't like, about what they ought to be, about what they used to be, about how they disappoint you, about how bad they talk, about their language, about anything at all, if that's what you're thinking about, what you think about is what expands, more of what you're thinking about will continue to show up in your life, whether you like it or not. It's one of the great ironies. I always tell people that if you understood this concept, the best way to do it is to put it in terms of money. If I had $1 million, and I were to take this $1 million, and I were to give it to you, and I'd say, this purpose of this $1 million is for you to go out to the mall, and every store you come to where you see something that you really like, you're to purchase it. Any place you go, whatever you like, you purchase it. So you take this $1 million and say, this is great. You walk into the first store that you see, and there's a rug there that's just appalling. It's hideous. It's just awful. It doesn't match anything in your house, and it costs $10,000. And you look at that thing and you say, ugh, I would never want that. Here's $10,000. Send it home. Now you go to the next store in the mall, and it's got a lamp in it that matches the rug. All right? and you look at this hideous lamp and you say, that's the worst looking thing I've ever seen. Send 2 of those home, and they cost $5,000 a piece. So far, you've taken your money and you've spent $20,000 of it on what you don't want. And all day long, every time you saw something that you didn't want, you spent your energy, your money, on sending it home. Then you get home and you say to yourself, why is my house filled with all of this stuff that I don't want? And the answer is, you're crazy. This is called insanity. You have energy to spend it on what you do want, yet you continue to use it to purchase what you don't want. And the metaphor here is that your thoughts work exactly the same way. The energy that you have for creating what you want is in your thoughts. And if you want your relationship to be divine and to be perfect and to be beautiful, then you have to begin to think the kinds of thoughts that are going to create that for you. If, on the other hand, you put your thoughts on what the person isn't, what they ought to be, what they used to be, what you think is wrong, you'll see more of that showing up. And it works in everything in your life. Changing your mind, changing your thoughts is how we change the problems, if you will, that we face in our life. Okay? Now, the word spiritual, there's a spiritual solution to every problem. I am not speaking here about anything that has to do with organized religion or anybody else's religion. I respect everybody's right to worship and be a part of any organization that they choose. And I'm not here to recruit anybody. I don't belong to any organizations. I'm not here trying to convince you to be something other than just a happier, more fulfilled person who can understand that there is a means to bringing a spiritual solution to things in your life that you don't like. These illusions, these mistakes that you have made. Because remember, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, and all that was created was good. So that anything that isn't good has come about because of your belief in your mind that you are separate from this divinity. You are not what you have, you are not what you do, you are not what others think of you. You are the beloved, you are the divine, you are a creation that is made into perfection. When I use the word spiritual, I'm speaking now about a way of being. I'm speaking about not being a Buddhist, but being Buddha-like. I'm speaking about not being a Christian, but being Christ-like. I'm speaking about not being a Muslim, but being Muhammad-like. I'm speaking about a way of living which includes specifics, unconditional love, the ability to be able to send love in response to hate, in response to anger, in response to fear, the ability to live that. I'm speaking about the understanding that who I am is not a human being here having a spiritual experience, but it's the reverse. That who I am is really a spiritual being having a human experience. And so there's an infinite part of me. There's a part of me that was never born. There's a part of me that never dies. I've often said that one of the keys to higher awareness is having the ability to step outside of who you are and just become the observer to your life. And when you do that, you tune into the infinite. Carl Jung, one of the greatest teachers, I think, that ever walked on this planet, once said that the telling question of a person's life is their relationship to the infinite. Once you have that relationship to the infinite, I remember I wrote a book a few years ago. It's called Your Sacred Self. And in this book, I talked about the distinction between the ego, this part of us that wants to prove that we're right, and the part of us that wants to be at peace. And a woman came up to me at a talk, and she was one of these people who was going to give me some feedback about my book. And she said, she said, I read your book, and I didn't get anything out of it. I said, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. She said, the only thing I can tell you that I got out of it is that now, after reading it, I no longer have a fear of dying. I said, that's all you got out of one book? This thing that all of us are always in dread of, and you read that? She said, yeah. She said, it just seemed like I understood that I'm an infinite soul after reading that. I said, well, perhaps that was the message that you had to learn, you know. So to me, spiritual means also it means becoming quiet. It means being able to make conscious contact with your source. To no longer have a sense of everything has to be loud. I have to be constantly talking. For me, meditation is such an important part of my life. I tell people who say they don't have time to meditate, I say, you're in a car, aren't you? You drive back and forth to work? I say, well, yes, I do that at 30 minutes each way. I said, well, how often each day do you think you spend at a red light? The person will say, well, I stop at least 6 or 7 times. I say, that's maybe 1 or 2 minutes each time. They say, yes. I'll say, you know, what I do at red lights is I just stop because my car has come to a stop and my body is in the car, so therefore it has come to a stop. The only thing that's usually still going is my mind. All right? So I say to people, take that minute or two to close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and make conscious contact with your source. Reconnect to your source. There's always somebody behind you to let you know when your minute is up. It never fails. All right? Most of us don't understand that this business of making conscious contact can be illustrated, and if you get it, understand it. See, I think of my source as the ocean, and I think of myself as a glass. And if I were to take this glass and I were to dip it into this ocean of abundance and say, what do I have here? What I have here is a glass of my source. Now, it's not as big, and it's not as strong, but it is still a glass of my source, to which I am always connected. And if I were to take one drop of this source, and I were to put it over here, and I were to say to this drop of water, I would like you to create and sustain life. I would like you to perform miracles. I would like you to end all of my problems. And you watch that drop of water, separate from its source, you would see that it's going to change form from liquid into gas. And eventually it'll return to its source. There's no place else that it can go. There's only one source. But while this drop of water is separate from its source, it loses all of the power of its source. And this drop of water, separate from its source, is a symbol or a metaphor for your ego. The part of you that believes that you have separated from this divinity into which you were created. And as long as you're here, believing that you're separate from it, you will not understand the powers that you get when you figure out a way to reconnect to your source. And becoming quiet and becoming someone who is making conscious contact with your source is what I'm asking you to look at. Because once you leave this ego behind, once you leave behind this idea that I'm separate from it and reconnect to it, then all of the powers of the source, of the ocean, the powers to create and sustain life, the powers to heal, the powers to attract abundance into my life, the powers to make my relationships divine and beautiful, the powers to appreciate, the powers to be miraculous. As one of my teachers, Abraham Maslow, once said that self-actualizing people, these people who live at the highest levels, are people who must be what they can be. They must be what they're potentially capable of being. And this is what I mean by being in the world of spirit. One of my favorite Persian poets, Rumi, who lived back in the 13th century, once said, sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment. Be in a state of bewilderment. That's what I mean by being spiritual. One of the ways to test whether you're on the path that I'm speaking about, the path of being into a spiritual being, having a human experience rather than the other way around, is to detect in yourself how much of my energy and my time do I spend being in a state of cheerfulness. How cheerful am I? Or how morose am I? How down am I? How, when I'm coming home to my family and to those that I love, how am I anticipating what it's going to be like when I go into the house? Am I down more? Am I unhappy more? Am I looking at the pessimistic side of life? Am I always feeling that something might be wrong? Am I putting my attention on what I don't want? Because if your thoughts are on what you don't want, and what you think about is what expands, What you don't want is what you'll continue to see showing up in your life. You'll keep purchasing it. Another element of what we call spiritual in these three words in this program is the sense or the extent to which you feel connected to other people. You see, the ego is the part of us that believes that we're separate from each other. I'm separate from you, you're separate from me. You have a different body than I do. I'm separate from what I would like to attract into my life, and I am separate from God. When you move into a spiritual approach to life, you begin to see yourself as connected to everyone and everything. And competition is replaced by something called cooperation. And when you see another human being in pain or struggling, you know that a part of you is in pain and struggling. And you begin to reach out rather than looking within and saying, how does this affect just me? It's almost as if you have to make a shift. And there's a wonderful story, and I'd like to share this story with you. It's a story, this is a story that took place at the Special Olympics in Seattle. And it's a true story. And when I read it, it really grabbed me, and I thought, when I do this program, I would like to share this with the rest of the world. A few years ago, at the Seattle Special Olympics, 9 contestants, all physically or mentally disabled, assembled at the starting line for the 100-yard dash. At the gun, they all started out, not exactly in a dash, but with a relish to run the race, to finish, and to win. All that is except one little boy who stumbled on the asphalt and tumbled over a couple of times, and he began to cry. The other 8 heard the little boy crying. They slowed down and looked back. Then they all turned around and went back, and every single one of them. And one little girl with Down syndrome bent down and kissed him and said, "This will make it better." Then all 9 linked arms and walked together to the finish line. Everyone in the stadium stood, and the cheering went on for several minutes. Isn't that a beautiful story? It's the kind of thing that I refer to when I use this word spiritual. A sense of an awareness that it isn't about being better than somebody else. I think true nobility is not about being better than anyone else. It's about being better than you used to be. And I know this about myself, that if any one of you watching this show, or any of you here in this audience were giving this talk, I could be sitting in that audience, and I would have just as much to learn from what you had to say to me as you have to learn from what I may be saying to you. The thing that I know for certain today is that I'm just better than I used to be. As a man, as a father, as a writer, as a speaker, I know that I'm better than I used to be. And I try to make that something that I do each and every day. Just a little bit better than I used to be. To me, that's what I mean when I use the concept of spirituality. So there we have problem, which is a mistake of the intellect, believing that we are separate from our source, things that we carry around inside of us. Remember that if any one of you were just suddenly given the wand, which took away your ability to think, all of your problems would go with it. All right? And spiritual, it means cheerfulness, it means kindness, it means peace, it means love, it means forgiveness, it means living these principles, feeling connected and knowing that you're infinite. And finally, the word solution. And what is the solution? The solution is the most exciting part of the program. The solution for me represents the ability to bring to your life something that can make these things called problems disappear, dissolve, and nullify. And that is what I spoke about when I opened up here a little while ago about energy. Energy comes in the form of fast and slow, high and low. And higher and faster energy nullifies lower and slower energy. A room full of darkness. Darkness is a lower and a slower energy, if you measure it, than is light. And when you bring light to the presence of a dark room, the darkness disappears. And that is a metaphor for every single one of the problems and concerns and struggles that you are facing in your life. And way back, 800 years ago, there lived a little man who gave up all of his possessions. He lived in a little village in Italy, near Florence, called Assisi. And we named one of our most famous cities in America after him. His name was Francesco, or as he became known later after his passing, St. Francis of Assisi. And I went to Assisi, and I had miracles that took place for me in visiting Assisi on several occasions. And St. Francis was one of these people who created a prayer that is perhaps the most well-known prayer on the planet today, certainly one of them. And when I wrote A Spiritual Solution to Every Problem, I took the first 7 lines of this famous prayer and I made them into a chapter of the book. And I'd like to share those with you here in this program right now. Those 7 lines, because they represent an 800-year-old technology, if you will, for bringing a spiritual solution to anything in your life that constitutes a problem. The first line in this famous prayer says, "Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace." How can I become an instrument of thy peace? The ego is the part of us that wants to be at war, that wants to defeat, that wants to collect, that wants to be better than, that wants to always get more. The sacred or the highest part of ourselves is the part of us that just wants to be at peace. How can I become an instrument of peace? Not someone who's looking for peace, but someone who delivers it. There are opportunities every day. I was in a gas station just a few days ago, and in this gas station they had a car wash. And there was a young boy, he was maybe 18 or 19 years old, and he didn't speak English very well, and he couldn't figure out how to work the car wash. And he had put $2 in, and apparently it required $3. And he was in there waiting to pay for his car wash and trying to get an answer to why he couldn't get it to work. And I had just gotten some gasoline, and I walked in, and there was this man behind the counter berating this young boy and humiliating him and talking to him. And because he didn't understand the language, he talked louder to him. You know how people do that? You know, if someone doesn't understand you, you say, "What I said is," and they say, "I don't understand," and then you say it even louder. Well, that's what he was doing to this young boy. And I saw this is an opportunity right here, in this instant, to be an instrument of peace. And I put my arm around the young man, and I said, "Come with me." And I walked out to the machine, and I took $1, and I put it into the, and he walked away, and he was just so happy. One tiny little incident. These kinds of things, I suggest to you that you take this day and look for 5 occasions to be an instrument of peace. And you'll find one when you're on your way home, on the freeway. You'll find somebody who isn't going to let you get in. You find somebody who doesn't want to let you pass. And instead of giving them a hard time or being angry at them, try sending something called peace their way. There's a wonderful line that I have on the dashboard of my car. It says, "I can choose peace rather than this." And it's always a reminder that no matter how what I'm experiencing in my life, I want to be an instrument of peace. The second line in this very famous prayer says, "Where there is hatred, let me sow love." It's been said that the 3 most difficult things to do in the world are this. The first is to send love in response to hatred. The second is to defend the absent. That is, whoever's being gossiped about, you become their spokesperson. I do this with my children all the time when they're all saying this, and then she said that, and he said that. I'll say, "Excuse me, but who is defending the absent person here?" "Well, why should anybody defend her?" I'll say, "Well, I'll just take her position right now, if you don't mind." And the third is to admit when you were wrong. And it doesn't mean necessarily to say, "I just made a mistake." It means to say, "I have been making the wrong kinds of choices in my life with my mind. I've been putting my attention on what I don't want. on what others want from me, on what the world ought to be, on what it used to be, and I can't understand why it just keeps showing up, what I don't want, what others want from me, what I despise. I have to admit, almost I have to rewrite my agreement with reality. And there's a woman that I have a great deal of admiration for who passed away a short time ago. Her name was Mother Teresa, a woman whom people all over the world revered, no matter what their religious persuasion. And this is one of the things that Mother Teresa said. When people say to me, how do I do this? How can I make this work? I say, this is a way. And I put this in the book, and I wanted to include it in this program. It's called The Final Analysis. And this is what she said. And there's so much beauty in this, and so much of what St. Francis was speaking about back in the 13th century, because he was a man who was ridiculed wherever he went. And he was just out there trying to teach people to bring the solution, spiritual solution to your problems. If hatred is existing in your world, that's an energy field. It's a lower and a slow energy than the energy of love. If you can bring love to the presence of that hatred, it will be nullified just as if you were bringing light to darkness. But for most of us, what we do when we see hatred is we respond in kind to that hatred. There's a wonderful book that I have a great affection for. It's called Power versus Force. It's written by a psychiatrist. His name is David Hawkins, and he's a PhD as well. And he talks about how mankind has not evolved, because every time we have a dispute, what we do in that dispute is, when someone has hatred or anger or any of these slower and lower energies, is that we respond with the same energy of hatred and anger. And what we do is we create a counterforce, and that counterforce weakens everyone in its energy field. They said of Jesus, they said of Buddha, they said of these great spiritual masters, and Mother Teresa was one, that when they would walk into a village, just their presence in the village and nothing more would raise the consciousness of those around them. Just by being in the presence of someone who radiates out this kind of love, you alter it and change it. And here's what Mother Teresa said. She said, people are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, she said, people may accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest and frank anyway. What you spend years building, someone may destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may just never be enough. Give the world the best you have anyway. You see, she said, in the final analysis, it's all between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. Isn't that beautiful? It's Mother Teresa, and you should applaud, because she deserves that. Thank you. You begin to see that this is an 800-year-old technology. This prayer isn't the most famous prayer in the world, or one of them, because it just happens to be catchy. This prayer of St. Francis is revered by people of all persuasions all over the world, because it represents a spiritual solution to any problem you could ever face. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. How can I bring pardon to the presence of injury? And what is pardon but forgiveness? And what is forgiveness but the ability to love someone in response to something that they may have done to you that you feel hurt by at some time in your life? There's a Chinese proverb that says, if you're going to pursue revenge, you'd better dig 2 graves. Because one of those graves will be for yourself. You know, I told you the story at the beginning of this program of my biology teacher and the leaf collection. Always be careful about how you treat anybody in your life. Even your little children. You may work for them someday. 15 years after I took biology for the second time that summer, because I wouldn't do a leaf collection, I received my doctorate degree from Wayne State University in Detroit. And I was given the opportunity to teach as a faculty member, as an adjunct faculty member there, Dr. Dyer. Very proud. With my own parking place. That was the best. And I was given my class assignment, and there was my roster, and I had 30 students in there, and this course was a course in child development, child psychology, and adolescent psychology. It was a course that all of the people who wanted to become administrators in the school system had to take in order to become certified as a school administrator. And there on my roster was my former biology teacher. It's a true story. Now my student, needing this course in order for him to get on with his goals in his life. He did a leaf collection like you wouldn't believe. No, it's not true. No revenge. I didn't even tell him, but I often thought about sending him down to Australia to get some eucalyptus leaves. It's just a requirement of the course. Everyone has to do it. But I didn't. Where there is doubt, faith. How can I bring faith to the presence of doubt? Rabindranath Tagore, the great Indian poet, once said that faith is the sound that the songbird makes before the dawn. Before the dawn. The songbird has got incredible faith. He knows the dawn is coming. And the ability of each and every one of us to just go within and find something inside of us. Someone said to me today that it's fine what you're talking about, but he said, I'm an atheist. And I said to him, I said, try not to think of it in terms of whether or not you belong to a perfect system, or whether God exists or doesn't exist the way you have been raised to believe. Try thinking of it as a presence. When you go to sleep tonight, look at your fingernails. And know that in the morning they're going to be just a little bit longer than they were when you went to sleep. That there's a force in the universe that is everywhere. And this force doesn't grow your fingernails and stop yours from growing. This force doesn't allow your hair to grow. Well, that's not a good example. This force doesn't beat your heart and not mine. There's one force, one power in all of the universe, and it grows our fingernails, and it beats our heart, and it aligns the planets, and it opens every flower every morning, and it is this universal one song, universe, one song, that connects everything in the universe. It is a way of looking at the world from a spiritual perspective. Where there is despair, said Francesco, let me send hope. Michelangelo once responded, he said, the greater danger is not that our hopes are too high and we fail to reach them. It's that they are too low and we do. I do talk radio across the country all the time. And people will call in with a disease that has been diagnosed as terminal. And I will always tell that person that whatever energy that allowed any miracle to ever take place, that law is still on the books. It hasn't been repealed. Go to that place. Go to that place within you that quiet place where you have an awareness that you can commune and reconnect to your source. And go there and be at peace. Find that inner joy, that inner island, that inner Tahiti that Melville described, that allows you to know that I am not going to have despair. I'm going to have hope. Where there is darkness, light. And I've spoken already about this whole metaphor of darkness and light. One of the most beautiful quotes from Ralph Waldo Emerson, Ralph, who sat right there, he said, "There is no object so foul that intense light will not make it beautiful." And so often our thoughts are of darkness. So often at night, sometimes people they'll lie in their bed and they won't have any light in the room, and their mind will go into all of the fears and all of their worries and all of the stress. And I tell people, turn the light on. Bring light, literally bring light to that presence. Because in the daytime, when the sun is out, when you're out in the light, things just don't seem the same as they do in the darkness, do they? And it's that light, that bringing light to the presence of darkness. Light is a higher and a faster energy. Bring that energy to the presence of that lower and slower energy called darkness. And it is nullified. It can't survive, nor can hate, nor can anger. Perfect love, it says in the scriptures, perfect love casteth out all fear. Fear cannot exist in the presence of love. And sadness cannot exist in the presence of joy. Where there is sadness, Francesco said, let me bring joy. Let me find a way inside of me to bring joy into my life. Many people in my life have brought me great joy. Some of them are here today. One of them is a lady who has worked for me for over 20 years. She doesn't understand the concept of not having accidents yet, and I've talked over and over again about when you reach the level of consciousness I'm speaking about, you will access things called intuition and insight, and then you will not be slipping back into these worlds of problems. Her name is Maya Lebo. She sits right here. Thanks for being here, Maya. God bless you. So many wonderful and powerful people in my life. All of them have done this thing for me. They have brought joy to the presence at times in my life of perhaps worry, perhaps fear, perhaps a little grief, sadness, and when I see them, I know that I'm living this prayer. You know, when I was raising my children, and I'm still doing that, one of my little girls, her name is Sky, and when she was just a baby, she would love to sit on my stomach when we were in the swimming pool or in the ocean. And she would just sit up there, and she would love to sing. And when she would sit up on there, we would sing this song. And I would put my arms in the water, and she would be sitting up there. She's a year and a half old, and she would laugh. She was always full of laughter and beauty. And we'd sing this song. And as we'd sing the song, I remember going back into my home and writing the words down, because they seem to me that some of the simplest things that we say to ourselves continuously often get repeated because there's such great wisdom in them. Like that quote I used earlier of Shakespeare's, to be or not to be. That is the question. It is the fundamental question that Emerson and Thoreau and Alcott and Hawthorne and Julia Ward Howe and all of these people who came here, Louisa May Alcott, so all of these people were asking these questions and asking people to look at their own lives and to find within them their own divinity and not be doubting that and finding fault with it. And as we would sing this song, I thought it had so much meaning, it had so much sense. And the song goes like this. Most of you know it. We would sing, row, row, row. And as we would sing, row, 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 I would think that just means to me, just go out there into your life and be and work and do. Because when you're born, Khalil Gibran, the Lebanese poet, said, when you are born, your work is placed in your heart. There's something that you came here to do. There's no mistakes in this universe. The only mistakes are the mistakes that we have, that we are separate from the perfection into which we were created. Row, row, row your boat. Don't row my boat. Don't row somebody else's boat. Don't try to row a boat that somebody else tells you you should be rowing. Row, live, work your own boat. And how do you row this boat? Always gently. Always gently. Always with love. Always with peace. Always with kindness. Row your boat that way. Row your boat gently down the stream. Don't row up the stream. It takes away all of your energy. And it'll just create a counterforce of frustration for you. Get in the stream of life and row your boat gently down the stream with the currents of life, with the great Creator. Merrily, always with joy, always with cheerfulness, merrily, 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 merrily. And you know, Thoreau put it this way. He said, our truest life is when we are in our dreams awake. Because life is but a dream. Let's sing it together just for a minute. Together. Ready? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. That's all it is. It's just a dream. God bless you, and thank you for coming today.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.